everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today on the table I am going to be painting some of the minis from Massive Darkness 2. Today I think I'm going to start with characters. We'll see how many we can get through today. I really like these minis. I was watching Rob unbox them, and the pictures I don't think did justice to actually seeing them in on the stream and then seeing them in person. Some of them are really cool, and I'm really looking forward to painting them. Initially, I was like, oh, I'm just going to paint them quickly, and they go in the box and never to be seen again after the game is played. But some of them are pretty cool that I'm even thinking I might want to like display on a shelf. So I'm excited to paint through these on a stream with you guys, and you guys can see what the finished product looks like before we even get to play with it on stream. So hello everybody watching live. Hello everybody watching later. David, hello, says, a long time no see, everyone. Being a new father is crazy. Worth it, though. Congratulations, David. That's awesome. Yeah, being a new parent is crazy. Glad to see you back. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, so I think we can get down to the table. We can look at what characters we're going to be painting today. There's a couple of things that I was going to talk about and show you, so we'll get down to the table and we'll start that. All right, so right now I have all 6 characters. I'm going to use a mix, I think, of speed paints, the Army Painter speed paints, and some of just the Army Painter paint line. I'll show you everything that I use as we go through. You guys, if you have any suggestions on colors, what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow the art from the cards for kind of a guide. But if there's kind of a color or a mix of colors that you think or some shading that we should do, let me know. I'm still kind of new-ish to painting. I mean, I've been painting for about, maybe it's been almost a year and a half, 2 years now, but yeah, maybe it's been that long. I don't know. But I still feel like I'm new, and I still need lots of advice, and I still watch YouTube videos, and I still do some research. So please give me your constructive criticism. Yeah, constructive criticism is always welcome as we paint these, and you guys can kind of help. Hopefully you guys are painting some of your minis tonight too to get through the backlog. If you guys also have a backlog of minis like I do, and lots of us that collect these games with, I think this has 68 minis in it. So yeah, we're going to be here for a while. The other thing I'm thinking about doing is on stream. So we have tonight's stream. We do have another stream scheduled for Thursday. We're going to throw some other streams in there. What I'm thinking my goal is I'll paint a leader and one of each minion or mob or enemy. So like the leader and an enemy on stream, so you can see what they look like. And then the rest of them I'll paint off stream, just so you don't have to see me paint like 7 of the same mini. That way you guys can see the process of kind of how I go through each one. Ninja Art, hello, hello. One thing, just thinking for a second. One thing I did pick up, so I was trying to find from our local hobby store, I was trying to find dark tone wash. I use this one a lot. I like to water it down. You can use it on some of the lighter colors, and it was almost empty. So I had a really hard time finding this, but I did find a set from Army Painter at my local hobby store, and I was really excited because it had all these different tones in it. So it had purple, blue, green, military shade, red, as well as it had all of the light tone, medium brown, soft tone, strong tone, flash wash. It had all of them in it. So I'm excited to try some of these out on stream. I did try last week off stream. I did try this military shader. I really like it for like greens and army colors, which is awesome. So these are some of the things that we might try out as well based on the colors palette that we are using for some of these minis. So I'm excited to try those. Pick that up. And then just want to highlight something else quickly is in that little set, it came with this little guide, and I was kind of glancing through, but there was something that I saw that was kind of neat. No, next page, I think. This one here. This is kind of like a highlight chart, and I really like this because one of my issues is sometimes I don't know what color to wash with and maybe what colors to use as highlights. And this kind of was a guide, which was really neat. So if you were painting with, like, let's say some of these colors, you can then use these washes and then some of these as highlights. So kind of was just a guide, and it just kind of gave me something that I can try to follow a little bit if I'm unsure. So even like if you're painting like metals, so gunmetal, it suggests use a dark tone. That one is what I use, and then you can use some highlighting of plate metal or shining silver. So again, these are using Army Painter paints, but you can probably use this chart just as a guide with any paints that you have. So I was really happy to see this because I definitely will be using this as kind of a guide of what I should be doing in some situations when I'm not 100% sure. The other thing I do a lot is just trial and error. I just try things and see if it works. So Layla, hello, hello. Adam says, do you use a wet palette? Yes, I have a dry palette, which we will use for any of the speed paints. I don't use the speed paints in a wet palette. I use a dry palette for that. And then I have a wet palette here that we can use for any of our just basic paints. That will help also to keep the paints wet longer so that I can use them for the whole stream. And then I can also cover, has a lid so I can cover it up, and then I can use it tomorrow if I wasn't finished. So I do like using that. So we're going to be using a combination of both today based on what paints I'm using. I think I remember this correctly. Now, I think someone had said not to use metallics in a wet palette. But I'm not 100% sure on that. I have to check. But if you know, now that I'm thinking that maybe I'm not supposed to do that in a wet palette either. So that will be, I'll use on my dry palette. All right. So I think that was just kind of like the blurb of like some new things that I got and what the kind of plan is about how I'm planning on streaming this as we go. So hopefully you'll get to see all of the minis painted, and then maybe the bosses will do like separately because those ones are a little bit bigger and a little bit more intense. So again, I'm using the cards as a guide. So I'm not really looking forward to painting this one yet. I think I need to get myself started before I go. So I think I'm going to start by painting this character. Pretty basic character, pretty basic paints, lots of solid colors. So it's a good start to get going and started in the night. I'm going to start with that one. I do have just Citadel holders that I use because I do drop the minis all the time. So I'm going to leave this on screen so we kind of have an idea. I'm just going to throw these off to the side. We'll see how many we can get through tonight, again, using a combination of the speed paints and regular Army Painter paints. And someone brought up, I don't think any of these ones actually have it really. So someone had brought up when Rob was unboxing kind of a note to me that some of these minis have little gaps that need to be filled in. The characters look pretty good, but I did notice that is true in some of the mob characters. They kind of have gaps where you might want to fill them in. I don't intend to do that. I'm just going to paint them as is, but if you care about that. These characters all look pretty good. Doesn't look like they have that issue going on, so. Okay. So again, we're going to follow this. So it looks pretty simple. Looks like she's got some armor over top of some dark pants, her big cloak. She's got like her Batman mask on. Okay. So I think what we're gonna do to start is Adam says, I just ordered the speed paints. I'm excited to give them a try. I just got my Sword and Sorcery Kickstarter shipment and I want to use the speed paints to paint them. That's awesome. So for Sword and Sorcery, I don't paint the enemies. I only paint the characters. I think for us, for stream, we really like to have them kind of pop out. You can see like where the green ones are, where the red ones are. So, but that's awesome. That's awesome. That's got a lot of minis in it too, for sure. Oh, and Adam does say, yes, you don't put metallic paints in your wet palette. That's awesome. Oh, the pigments leak through the paper. Thank you, thank you. I thought I heard that, but then I wasn't sure if I was remembering that correctly. So thank you so much, Adam. So again, anybody that is watching live or later, if you're watching later and you want to throw any comments questions that you have in the comments below or in the chat box, myself or somebody that has been painting for longer than me or has more experience than me might be able to help answer any questions that you have, or if you're just trying to get started. For usually comes up for brushes. Again, I just use whatever the generic pack, multi-pack from Amazon that you can buy. You don't need to buy super expensive brushes to get started. And then paints. Most of my paints, almost I would say 99% of my paints are Army Painter. I have a couple Vallejo, a couple inks from Formula P3. And then I have just a couple shades from the Citadel. I don't love these pods. I really like the dropper bottles, but to each his own. So we're gonna start with the Barbarian Flesh. And I will get... So right now we'll just bring on the wet palette because we're not using anything that we need to worry. And I have a whole bunch of different size brushes off to the side. Right now, just using the 00. We're just doing the any exposed skin, so hands, face. That's all we have right now. So and what I'm going to do, I think for myself, because it's easier, is I'm just going to do the whole face with this color. And then after I will go over it with the black to do the mask. It's easier for me, I think, to do that because the dark color will go over no problem than to try to be careful and ignore the mask. It's just easier for me, I think. And I guess I'm being more careful than I need to be because the cape is going to be darker than this color that I'm putting on now. So if I were to make mistakes, I can definitely touch them up. When I go over them. Oh, David says, even though I'm horrible at painting minis, watching others display their skill is so relaxing. People come in almost every time I do a paint stream, people come in and say how relaxing it is. I think it's just because I'm pretty quiet. So that's awesome. That's awesome. But I think painting is relaxing. I mean, I guess it can be stressful when you're trying to rush to get minis done so you can play. I also find it very rewarding, right? To be able to play with the minis that you painted. Super rewarding, I think. Okay, so that was pretty simple. Also looks like the inside of the cloak is a little bit of a different color. So I think I'm going to do the outer part of the cloak right now. Kind of looks like it's like a reddy brown. So what I think I'm going to do is probably try to mix something. I don't really have a red brown color, but sorry, I have to move this closer. But I think I will take pure red and this fur brown. This fur brown has kind of red pigment in it. So I think actually I'll start with the fur brown and then just add like a little bit of the pure red to see what happens and see if we can get a color that we kind of like there. Oh, Larry, hello. Says just dropping in to add my support to the great work you do. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Adam says, I've been reading up on speed paints. Do you like to use them? Oh, yes, thank you. Sorry. Do you like to use them on white prime minis or black primed? I've seen some posts that use the zenithal highlight. Yes, sorry. So all these minis were primed in matte white army painter. That is what they suggest, and that is what I mainly use these speed paints on. However, I have used them on the zenithal, and it works out fine. I've never tried them on the black. I don't even think I've ever seen, I don't think I've seen a video of anyone doing that either. I don't know what that would look like, but definitely on the white. I love them on the white. The zenithal works as well. This game as well is kind of cartoonish a little bit more and a lot of more bright colors. Like if you look at characters like this, right? So when that's the case in a game, I like to prime them in white just because it's, excuse me, it's easier. But the zenithal would work too. But again, for this game, we're just trying to paint it quickly. We're gonna play through, I don't, you know, who knows how much of it. So I don't want to spend tons of time on painting the minis. So I wanted to try to use some speed paints to help with that. But yes, I like to use the speed paints on matte white or zenithal is fine too. Oh, look, says I don't think it works great over pure black. Also, hello, hello. I don't think so either. I don't know. I've never seen. I mean, some colors might, but definitely some colors wouldn't. Like you wouldn't be able to see like yellow. You might be able to see some of like the blues and that, but just mixing these colors just to try to get this more of a brown red-ish color. Again, it doesn't have to be exact. I'm not trying to go for exact, but just kind of similar-ish. Okay. And we're going to use this on just the top of the cloak. Again, this might also, once we put a wash on, it also might change the color a little bit if we use a brown wash. So if I think this is too red. Logator says you want the bright colors to come through with the thin paint, so it looks highlighted. Yeah, I think I don't think it would work on black, but definitely the white is the best, and then zenithal. But I do like as well, and I will probably do it in with one of these minis at least. Is I do like the speed paints over metals. Also looks really good, and I like to do that. I like to use I think like the Grave Lord Gray or even the black over a metal, like as a wash. I think it looks really good. I also kind of wish that I had these when I painted Nemesis because I tried to do like a metallic-y blue color for some of the aliens. And I think if I had used metal with then some of the speed paints over top, I think it would have gave me that look. I achieved it with other paints, but it probably would have done it faster. So I do like that look. Logator, what are you painting right now? I haven't seen any pictures lately. My hands are still a little bit shaky, sorry. Oh, Layla agrees. Yeah, I really like the speed paints over the metals too. I do too. Yeah, I really like that. I think it looks good. You can still kind of see that shine through, which is nice. My hands are still shaky. The first mini that I paint usually in an evening is till I start getting warmed up. It's a little bit shaky. I would also love to know anybody that's watching now or later if you've painted this game yourself. What was your favorite character, minion, mob, boss to paint? Layla says, hard for me not to default to cosmic color schemes when painting. I actually, when I paint, and Rob can probably attest to this, I tend to paint more in the greens, brown. I don't really venture out to the crazy colors. Like if I'm not following a picture per se, I just tend to stick with the earth tones. Oh, you're waiting for a game. I see, I see. So you're not painting anything right now. Awesome. I'm gonna go careful kind of around the hair, but I think the hair is gonna be dark. So if I do make a mess, I can fix it. Oh, okay. Layla's partner is kind of like me, defaults more to the earthy tones. Yep. Okay. Nice. I don't know why that is. I need to branch away from that. It might also be because the sets that I originally bought, the paint set that I originally bought, had so many different greens and browns and everything in it. Like it only has like two purples, one, oh, it has quite a few blues as well, but and more of like the sand tones, has a lot of those. But like even for a pink, I had to buy, because I kept making pink, I had to buy a separate bottle. This is the AK pink because they didn't have. Has like has one orange, and I know these are colors that you don't use very often, which is obviously why they do that. But for me, I'm like, oh, I want to just experiment with all these different browns I got. Matthew. I am live again, yes. I will also be live again on Thursday. Gotta get back to painting live. Get through these games. You know what? Yeah, Locator, that's exactly right. I think high fantasy can tend to lean towards earthy tones. Yeah, and that's what we play the most, right? So that's mostly what I paint so far. And we don't play like role-playing games or anything where you just kind of print 3D print or grab a character and play it in a campaign of D&D or anything where I'm just kind of creating my own image of what something would look like. I'm taking usually art from a card, and when I paint them, I usually try to keep them kind of true-ish as much as I can. Obviously, not every color is going to be exactly like I can even tell this color is not exactly. I'm going to use some wash on it, which might change the color a little bit, but I try to keep it kind of similar to the art style so that when you guys see it on stream, you know what it is. It's easy to recognize. Okay, I just gotta flip it upside down for 1 second just to do in between the buckles. So I'm not sure if you'll be able to see. Oh, this side all has to be it as well. Sorry. Some weapons under there that we'll have to highlight. That's cool. Okay, now we're gonna do kind of a peachy color that'll go under. Thinking it's gonna be too bright. That's gonna be too yellow. I'm going to use this elven flesh, and I'm going to put like just a tiny drop of this corpse pale in it just to lighten it a little bit. I don't want it to be super bright, but we'll see what that does. I like using this corpse pale to add or adjust the color because it's not white, so it doesn't change the color. It just kind of lightens it. I don't know how to explain. Just maybe it's just a pigment inside of it when you mix it with other colors. I don't know. I like it. Mixing that up, and then I think this is exactly what I want. We'll do that all on the underside. Might have to do another coat on that, but we'll see after. Hey, James. Are you using speed paints? I just got on. I am going to be using a mix of both. For this character right now, I am not, but I will be using speed paints, yes. Especially, for example, like I think I've said it in previous ones, I love using speed paints on animals just because the way that it brings out the fur and the different muscles, and also love it on hair. I also love it on like any kind of like fur cloaks or anything like that. I love the way the speed paints looks on all of that. It would work in this situation with a cloak that has lots of ridges in it, but I didn't think I had a color that I wanted from the speed paint line for this. So just using right now Army Painter paints, but I will be using speed paints tonight. Matthew. Yes, I talked about it at the beginning of the stream. I did get the Army Painter washes that come with all the different tones. I just bought that maybe a week or two ago. And the reason I bought that is because I was trying to find just the dark tone. And at my local hobby store, they have just the display, right? You can go pick just one of whatever you needed. And anytime I tried to order online, their dark wash or their dark tone was always sold out. And I was getting down to the very end, like I have maybe like a couple drops left. And I couldn't find it. Then I found that set, and I was like, okay, well, it's in the set. And it also had like the purple tone, the green tone, blue, and red. And I was like, I think I need to have this because I can use this for all the different colors for washing. Try it out. So far, I've only used the military shade. I was doing I was doing like army style, and I liked it. So I did pick that up, and I do love it, what I've used so far. And I like that it had all of the natural washes as well, like the light brown, medium brown, dark, flesh, all of those washes as well in the set. So I did pick that up. It's funny because when I used to go into a game store, like Rob and I would walk around, we'd look at all the different games, like what's in their clearance area, what do we need, all of that. Now it's like, okay, we got to walk around the game store, look at games, but then I always have to take a little look at the paints, and I always have like a little running list of different paints that I see being used on different videos of like, oh, I really want to try that, or like, oh, I don't have a good rust color. Next time I go to a hobby store, I want to see if I can find something, you know? So now I always have to stop in the paint section and see what fun stuff they have. I do want to pick up the next thing I think I want to pick up from the Army Painter line is their flesh, different flesh tones that they have. They have a whole line of a variety of different flesh tones that I would love to pick up. I think that might be my next one, if I can find it. And I'll try to use some of those washes from that set. Depending on what color, we're painting with. I forgot to bring my glasses down, so I may have to grab them at some point so I can see some of these little details. These minis are very detailed. Okay, so we'll do a so far. Let's see. I need to do a little bit more of another coat of that red. Oh, I need to do some fixing. Once I hold it up like this, I'm like, oh, I can see things that I couldn't see with just my eyes. um, but and it looks like I'm gonna have to do some fixing on these edges. Okay, I'm gonna get a smaller brush because I'm going to do just the hood part on the inside of the hood and around the face. And I don't have steady enough hands to do with that brush. So I'm going to use a 5-0 brush for that. It's not on. Oh, maybe it is. I was gonna say it doesn't look like it's on there, but it does look like it might be. I was gonna say I'm gonna just do this band in that same color. Just thought it might be cool, but it does look like maybe it is on there as well. I'm gonna fix up a little bit of touch ups. Just kind of looking anywhere that is still showing white where it looks like I might have missed. Now that I have the smaller brush. I don't necessarily actually think I need to do another coat on the cape. What I think will happen is once I do a wash on and then do some highlighting on it, it'll even it out a little bit in some of those spots. So I don't think I need to. peachy color. Infamous. Hello, it says, hi Mel. I don't know anything about painting, but I'm really interested. I have a ton of minis. Just wanted to ask, do you usually need multiple coats? It depends. It depends on the color. Each color has different pigments in it and how strong it is. So for example, if you're using like a yellow, you might need a few more coats. Also depending on the color of your primer. Usually over white, even sometimes you may still need, but you can usually see if you can still see through the mini. So like if I hold this up, you can see, for example, like there's a couple spots where like there's still like a little bit of white you could see through. It's not like a solid, but I think in this case, I think it's okay because once I do a wash on it and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to do some highlighting over it, I think that like little line will be okay. Um, but you could do multiple coats if you see if you can see through to the base, then you might want to. And yeah, again, some colors, like if you're doing actually sometimes too, even with the black, if you water the black down a little bit, sometimes you have to do multiple coats. I just usually judge if I can see through or if it looks weird. Maybe there's like brush strokes in the paint on the mini, then I would do a second coat. With the speed paints, you do only one coat of those. You don't need two coats, but again, I'm not sure if you're talking about regular paints or speed paints. But for the speed paints, I think it depends. We'll add some other colors. We'll let that continue to dry as well. It might not be fully dry as well. I think I'm gonna go to some plate metal. Oh, actually, no. We'll do the pants. So it looks like underneath the plate metal is black pants. So we'll do that first. That way we can clean up any messes as we go with the metal when we go over top. So black. Black, I'm just going to use the matte black. Ask any questions that you have, Vince. We're happy to answer and chat, and I'm just painting and chatting. So any questions that you have, anything you want to talk about, definitely ask away. Adam says, how do you prime your minis? I've been using brush on primer and I like it a lot more. I find the spray cans leave the minis chalky. To be honest, Rob primes all of the minis. So he does all the pre and post work. He primes the minis. He gets them all ready. He does any like dipping in hot water if any of the blades are crooked or anything like that. And then he also does any post work where so he'll varnish and all of that unless I need to use brush on gloss or anything like that. But he does all of that, and we use spray cans. I've never used the brush on primer, so I can't really comment on that. Someone in the chat also might be able to let you know what they like better if they've used both. But you're right, the cans can leave chalky. Also, if you're not far enough away, it can be kind of it can overpower the mini, so you can lose some of the detail. But Rob knows what he's doing here. He's been doing it since I started painting now. So he takes care of all that for me, which is awesome. So then I just have to paint them all up. It's kind of like a teamwork we got going on. But I've never used the brush on primer, and you just use a brush on like a matte white. And then if you were to do this zenithal, maybe you don't do it with brush on. Would you just do like a dry brush? And that's how you would do that? Because I'm not familiar with that really. I know people keep recommending as well to use a airbrush, which we currently do not have. I don't know if we ever will, but the only thing I do know is that an airbrush would help for priming the minis when it's really, really cold. So we live in Canada and sometimes it can get very, very cold. We can't prime the minis outside when it's that cold. But again, instead of getting a airbrush, maybe the brush on primer would work in those cases. I don't know how time consuming that is though to brush the primer on. Just kind of looking at anywhere that the paints are going to show through. Oh, okay, so you just excuse me, sorry, you do a white dry brush if you want to do the dental. That's interesting. I've never seen that before. I'll have to check into that because that might work for our winter priming. Oh, I missed your previous message, sorry. I feel it's quicker than the spray. It comes out a lot smoother with the brush on. Just lather the primer on the mini and make sure to not let it pool. Oh, interesting. Okay, that's interesting. That is very interesting. And would you say that it takes about the same amount of time to dry as the spray primer? I would almost say no, right? Because you would think that it is a little bit, not necessarily thicker, but I would feel like it might take a little bit longer to dry, which is fine. I can't even get my brush in here. All right, I think that's good enough for now. And then I'm just going to use the black also on the hair. Oh, it dries really fast. Okay. Let it dry for about 30 minutes and painted minis with no issue. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that's something I'm definitely going to look into because in the winter, it's definitely a challenge here. Be super thick around the face here. Yeah, I'm definitely going to look into that. Thank you, Adam. Use a Vallejo brush on primer. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Thank you very much. And we don't need to have a whole big airbrush area, and that is easy to just kind of keep with my paint stuff. I really appreciate the tips you guys have as well. They're the things I wouldn't learn if I was just sitting on my couch painting. I appreciate that. Need to get in there. It looks like so funny how to my eyes it looks good, and then I hold up to that camera and I'm like, and I can see it on a screen here. You know, most people when they play aren't holding it up to their face like this, but and I know that once you put a wash on too, that kind of evens out some of those small imperfections where maybe there's like a little white spot or overlap of a color. Okay. All right, we're gonna say that is good for the black for now. That's awesome, Adam. Yeah, yeah. The elements are, depending on where you live, can be a challenge, and they are a challenge for us sometimes, for sure. In summer, it's not so bad. But even then, I mean, when it's like super humid and over 40 degrees here, I'm going to do Army Painter. This is the Warpaints paint plate mail metal. We'll use that for the, looks like actually, maybe just her knee pads. I can't see her shoes, so maybe we'll do my mouth. I have another photo here. One sec, let's go. Here. It looks like maybe she got some brownish boots on. Looking at this one because it's a little bit bigger, so it's easier to see. Okay, okay, perfect. Can't see that in the picture, doesn't go that far. Matthew says, just curious, how are you going to shadow over the eyes? If you are going to at all. I'm going to try. What I'm going to try to do, I think, is use my tiniest brush, and we'll try to do the mask over the eyes with the black, and then we may have to just do little like whites in the eyes to do the eyes. It's going to be, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be happy with it. Because I don't do eyes very well, but I'm going to do it and I'm going to try. I need to practice my eyes. Okay, we're just gonna move over because we're gonna use this metal. So we're gonna use this dry palette. Oh no. Never happened to you guys? I don't wanna get that all over my fingers, so we'll just do like this. Annoying. Lisa, have you ever painted the War of the Rings minis? And did you ever have the stickiness issue a lot of people are having with it? I did not paint the War of the Rings. No, I did not paint War of the Rings minis at all. No, I did not. So I'm not really sure. People were saying that they were sticky, like the mini was sticky. Now I feel like I need to go look at them and see. And I wonder if they were still sticky after a primer went on them. One thing that I would probably try is maybe to wash them with some, well, I guess maybe try to wash them with some soap and water and see if that helps before priming them. That might help remove some of the stickiness. But again, I'm not 100% sure because I don't know. I haven't done it. And I can't even picture them being sticky. So maybe it's just that plastic that they use is sticky plastic. Makes me want to go check. I don't think I would ever, I don't think I ever will paint those minis. I feel like there's a never ending supply. Like most of you guys probably have the same. Well, the paint gets sticky and doesn't dry. Oh, interesting. 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 So I'm not really sure how to resolve that. The only thing I would try, oh, I already did the soap and water. That's too bad. I'm gonna think on it. And if anyone in the chat has a option or a suggestion, I'll think on it. I don't know if I have any help for you. That's too bad. I wonder what. So it must be the plastic that they use, right? For those? There was another one that I thought was kind of sticky, but I think it was a prototype mini, and that's why. Doesn't solve until you do a final coat over the paint. Spray over. So what if you did? Oh. So I wonder if it would solve, like the primer doesn't even dry, or just the paint doesn't dry over the primer. I'm wondering what if you spray it first with a varnish or something. But again, I have no idea. That's something I've never heard of. That's too bad. What I was gonna say though is I don't think I'll ever get to minis like that because there's like a never ending supply. And because I started only a few years ago painting, we still have backlogs if I ever wanted to, but I don't even think I'll have time. Oh, you're now testing. Okay. I soaked it for 2 days and I'm gonna try again tonight. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. I'm sorry that you're having that issue. Did you try to go online? Because sometimes if it's for a specific game, oh, primer and paint don't dry. Oh. I wonder if you go into well, maybe one of the forums on BGG for the game or even on Reddit, someone might have a suggestion that they tried. Maybe. Seems to be a problem for many. Oh, that's too bad. Well, I hope you can solve that. And it makes me want to look at ours or even just do like one as a test. James says use pastel painting sealer, then prime. Pastel painting sealer. I've never even heard of that. James, thanks for the suggestion for Louis. That's awesome. And James, have you used this technique on minis before? You had ones that maybe were kind of sticky? I'm now realizing what I should have done here is I should have done all of the silver and then went back with the black, because then I could have just kind of went all over. James Louis oh my gosh, I'm losing my train of thought here. Louis asking, is the pastel the brand, or is there just something that you would use over pastels that's like a sealer? I'm going to use the silver on some of the weapons on the inside here. The crossbow, we'll do brown. Some blades sticking out on this side. Oh, sorry. Okay. So we'll use this leather brown for the shoes and the crossbow, and then a few handles, and then the buckles on the cape as well. Beatles, hello. Hello. I'm gonna do the buckles under, sorry. Okay, and I'm gonna do the handles of these daggers. I guess. Louis says, this is one of the Massive Darkness 2 models. I just had the box arrive last week and I haven't had a chance to open it because I'm working on Lord of the Rings Journeys Through Middle Earth models. Awesome. Yes, this is Massive Darkness 2. These are the characters. Rob just unboxed it yesterday, so I'm going to start painting through so we can play it. I also painted through Lord of the Rings Journeys of Middle Earth models. Those were nice. I like them. I did the Spreading War. I did that one on stream, actually, as well. You got a nice backlog going then of minis to paint. Awesome. Okay, and then we'll just do under. Oh, thank you so much, Beatles. You're so kind. We'll do one of the handles in the black just so that kind of stands out and it's not all a big brown blob. Matthew says, I have a confession. I'm going to watch back the Spreading War stream and I'm going to paint following your painting step by step. Oh, thanks. That's awesome. That's awesome. So I assume you have the speed paints then, right, Matthew? Paint by numbers, yeah. Oh, that was actually part of the cape, I think. That's fine. Now that I'm seeing it, I thought it was part of this. Oh, good. I did not ever paint the huge dragon from Sword and Sorcery. No, I've only ever painted the characters from Sword and Sorcery. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I don't know. Oh, you bought the Mega Speed Paint set. Awesome. Awesome. Touching up a little bit underneath here. And this brown, I'll fix it once it dries. I'll just go over it. I thought it was part of this weapon at first glance. Okay, I think I'm going to do, oh, actually, I will do the boots in that same leather. Matthew, thank you so much. Says for more for more paint and more painting live streams. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. You're too kind. We will definitely be having more. One is on Thursday, and then we'll go from there on where we're at and what the schedule is looking like. Matthew, I don't think you were here in the beginning. But what I was saying, I think the plan is, as best I can, is I want to paint the leader and one of each set on stream, and then the other ones I'll paint off stream, so that instead of painting like 6 or 7 of the same mini like over and over and over, you can actually see the process of each set, not necessarily each individual miniature. So that's my goal, and then maybe the bosses in like separate streams. I'm not really sure exactly how to work, or how many streams that'll take, but then hopefully each set of minis is on stream, and then I'll just do like all the extra ones off stream, just to save you guys having to watch me do the same thing over and over and over. Just so boring. And I think for the enemies, so for the characters, I'm using more regular paints, and then I'll be using speed paints to help. But I think for the enemies, we're going to do the opposite. So we're going to use mainly speed paints with the regular paints as just maybe like accents, like metals and maybe black here and there. Kind of the plan right now. And we'll see how fast we can get through painting this game so we can get it started on the channel. All right. I'm going to just do this part in the brown as well, and then I'm going to fix this part that is actually cape that I didn't realize. Fix that up. And then we can let this guy dry for a little bit and then do some washing and highlighting after. We can work on someone else. I'll hold it funny for 1 sec. Do the top. Just fix that. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to see me paint 7 of the same mini. I think it's 6 and then a leader. So I figure because the leader's slightly different than the main guy, we'll do a leader and 1. And then off stream, I'll do the other guys. And I know that people were saying that I don't necessarily need to even do all of them. We won't need necessarily all of them. If we're playing 2 players, we need 2 plus the leader. But then someone had said in a comment to maybe do an extra one, because in case you open a door and another guy spawns or something. So, but my plan is I'll just try to do all of them just off stream. So, and I don't think we need the bosses at first, like for our first stream. We just need all the other guys, and I think it's random, right? So, I have to paint them all because we don't know who's going to show up. Just gonna fix inside the cape. Okay. I'm gonna hold it up. You'll probably see some imperfections. That's fine. I'm gonna just let it dry for a little bit. I can do some washing, which will help hide some of the little, ooh, okay, come on now. There we go. Which will hide some of the small imperfections. And then we can go back over and we can do some highlighting to help as well. Like, see inside there, you can see there's still some white that you can still kind of see, but when I look at it, I can't even see it. So I think a wash will fill in some of those because they're so minute. This is just blowing it up so much bigger than it is. So we'll let this one dry for now. We'll do some washing and highlighting on it to see if we can bring some of that out. Then we'll do the mask on the face as well. Okay. I'm thinking maybe to do this guy. This guy's neat. The horse with a shield as a face. Very interesting. This one we can use some of the speed paints as well on. So this is kind of our reference material that we have right now for him. Let me peek at something. Did I have? There's a couple of them that we had pictures for. Let's see. Yes, I have one. Okay, let's go. So, because the reference picture that I have, oh, I guess it kind of has a horse on the other side. Oh, I guess if I flipped it over, I can kind of see. So it looks like the horse is like a darker horse. Oh, we got some design on the shield. We can see if we can do something cool with that. Okay, so this is kind of what we're doing with this guy. And it's got some armor on the horse, armor on himself with a little bit of, looks like red. Okay. I didn't realize I had it blown up onto the bigger side, but if I flip it over, I can see a little bit more of the horse in that. So, okay. I'm going to, we can use some of the speed paints. I'm going to use the Grim Black. We're going to do the hair. I think I'm going to use the gray on the horse, so it's not as dark, but we use the Grim Black on the hair for both the horse and the character. And I use a bigger brush for this because I don't need the fine detail. For this one, I guess, sorry, I am using just a size 2 brush. And I'll just use the speed paints. We'll put lots in there. It'll fill in all those gaps and the recesses will be emphasized. I love these speed paints. Love, love, love them. Looking if I missed any spots under. Okay. And we'll do the same for the hair up here. Just looking at his head. Sometimes the mini is bald, which is a ponytail. Sometimes there's some hair, but it looks like this one is, I'm not 100% sure. I think they're wearing some sort of mask, actually. Okay. And then I will use the Gravelord Gray for the body. So that it's a little bit lighter. Does the size of the brushes matter or how you use it? The size of the brushes only matter if you're doing fine details, I think. Obviously, you don't want to use a big one when you're trying to get like a little, like the eyes or something. And I know you're probably just joking with me here. Up as a geek tip from Mel. Centaur is a mythical creature from Greek mythology with a head, arms, and torso of a man and a body and legs of a horse. I know, but I think it's cool that he has a shield instead of a face. I think that's cool. I feel like I might want to play this character. It looks pretty neat. I don't know. I know, but it looks like a shield. I know, I know. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Well, first looking at it, it looks like a man on a horse. Okay, thank you. Oh, Beatles, thank you. Says, I think it's wonderful that 30 people are watching this. Says a lot about your work, Mal. Oh, now you've made me nervous. Now I know that people are watching me. Try to pretend that there's not people watching me. Chris, thank you so much for the kind words. You're also doing painting your massive darkness. Awesome, awesome. I try to pretend that nobody's watching me. Jonathan, hello. I like the look of that already. Just quick and messy, we'll do the underside. Trying to fill in all the little gaps between where the straps will be. Okay, that's good. I'm going to use the Grim Black on the hoofs, just so it's different. A little bit darker. Okay, I'm going to... Yeah, the Grim Black from the hair looks really cool. I think that's a Speedpaints, how it fills it all in and everything, just like as if it was washed. Yeah, I like it a lot. I missed something. Sorry, 1 second. Whenever I hold it up, I can see I miss. I think I'm going to start doing some of the browns. Sorry. I'm going to use this dark wood, and I'm going to use that, I think, for the arrows, for the shield, for some of the straps. Use that dark wood. How are you going to differentiate between the body and armor? Different shades of gray. I think what I'm going to do is, looks like, so if we look back at, we'll flip it onto this side because it might be easier to see. So it looks like under the armor is wearing maybe like a red shirt. So we'll put that on, which will kind of, I think, differentiate the body, and then using the metallics. And we can use some different metallics for different spots if we want to, but I think we'll be able to tell. Okay, and then we're gonna use that same brown for the straps. You can use some metal after, or metallic, sorry, to emphasize the buckles on the straps. Do I like the speed paints? I love them. I love them. I love the look of them. I love how easy they are. I love how much time it saves. I love them. Now, not everybody's going to love this look and not on every mini for sure. I think all of the straps that are on the body, I'm going to wait to do those ones, I think. I'm going to wait to do those ones. Hands are so shaking today. thinking for the shirt that's underneath. Doesn't look very red, I don't think. I'm thinking something like this color, which is fur brown, might be good. It'll be different than the browns that we're going to be using on the straps and that we're using on like the arrows and everything. So I think that works. This one is fur brown. This kind of has like a red undertone to it. I'm just going to get a smaller brush because we're going to be going into like underneath the armor. I just picked up this one, which is fine. So this is a 3-0. Since I'm a lazy painter, so I use washes and dry brushing for highlighting a lot. When I was younger, I loved taking 2 days for a Warhammer model, though. I like to also take my time as well, for sure. I feel like I can't do that though when I'm on stream. I'm trying to see where there's clothes versus armor. I think I might even use a smaller brush to get into some of these holes here. And again, after I go over this with the armor, I may have to just do some touch-ups if I mess up, but that's fine. I did not watch that video yet, Jonathan, but I did save it to my watch later. Here's what we have so far. The shirt's still wet, so obviously it doesn't look that good. And once we do some metal in there, then we can touch up anywhere where I've missed. We can see that the speed paint from the hair and like the all the brown is all drying now. It looks great. Fills in all the cracks of the shield. So next I'm going to use Crusader skin. We'll do the face and hands. Or it's like the face and the knuckles. Get a lot of that one. I'm trying to see this. He's got this like thing over his forehead. I think we'll do the whole face and then we'll figure that part out later. I'm just going to soak up some of the excess that's pooling around the neck. Just a little bit. And then we're just going to do the knuckles. They're peeking out. We'll start doing some of the metal now, which I think will start popping out. I'm going to use, oh, it's a visor. Okay, because it looks like it's part of its hair. So I've left part of the back of the head not done. We can go over that with the black, and then I'll just do something in the front there. But I won't cover the eyes, I don't think. I'm going to use shining silver for some of this. It looks like it's very shiny metal. This might actually be, is this the one I already used? One's broken. Oh no. I'm going to start with the metal that's back here. Maybe it's face paint. Looks like it's part of his hair because it has that stripe that goes all the way through, but again, like he's got some bangs. I don't know. I'll do something with it. Yeah, exactly, Infamous, exactly. Some sort of bang. I'll do that in a bit. I just, with the speed paints, you want to kind of let them dry before doing around that same area because it will bleed together and change the color. I'm just going to let that dry and then we'll go with the black again. Yeah, the silver really makes it pop, eh? I like it. Yeah, it really makes it pop. This one's more of a shinier silver, which is kind of what the art is is going for more of a shiny metal. I have never played yet either. I've never played Massive Darkness yet. We just unboxed it yesterday and I started painting. There is some design on the Thor on the shield. It looks like it's a snake. I don't think I can paint a snake freehand. I can it looks like in some other art they just kind of did like an S. Oh, maybe it looks kind of like a snake. I'm gonna do my best, but we'll see what I can do. We'll do some sort of design on it. Jess, how are you? I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you? I'm gonna do actually even like his ponytail in the silver as well. I'll do the ponytail on the tail. I'm gonna do that in a brown just because maybe I could still actually do silver. Yeah, the silver really makes it pop out. I love it. How do you do it? The green S with the fork at the top? Yeah, I'm not really sure yet how I'm gonna do it. Yeah, probably something like that, like a S, and then I'll try to do some like just some fangs. I got, oh, just got elbow pad back here. And then I think I'm just gonna do the tip of the arrows as well. Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with it. You can do something simple and tribal too. I'm gonna try to do what is done here. May not look like that. Maybe a maple leaf. I can't do a maple leaf freehand in that tiny of a space. I'm gonna try to copy it. We'll see. I think I got all of the shining metal areas. If I missed one, I can catch it in a minute. Next, I'm going to use, so I used wood brown for all of the belts and that. I'm going to use this hardened leather, which is slightly lighter, which we'll use for the bow. I'm going to use it for some of the other weapons, the purse, just so it's different. Looks like there's a couple different browns happening in the photo, so. Purple M for Mel. Okay.
Got a bunch of different bags, and I'll try to do them in some different colors so that it's not one big blob. Am I going to silver outline around the shield or just leave it brown? I could silver outline it, make it pop out. Yeah, I could. Do that. I could do that. Just put that speed paint on the arrowhead at the top here. Okay. So I'm just going to use the the dark wood for the rest of the straps and the rest of the bags, just so that I didn't want to do them all the same color, so we can have them kind of stand out. I'm just going to quickly refill my drink, run to the washroom, and I will be right back.
Okay, I am back. I grabbed my glasses as well so I can see better. Okay. So we're gonna go with the dark wood. I'm just gonna do the rest of the straps. Noticing I missed a piece of metal here. Infamous says, I really like these speed paints. You said that you wouldn't use only speed paints for every figure, though, right? No, I don't think I would. Um, I think you can for sure. The look of, let's say, like the face, I like that look, but some people might want a more clean look or might want to highlight it themselves, and they may not like that. Like there's a slight difference from something like the face from this one, which we have not we have not highlighted yet. Yeah, it's hard to tell because we haven't highlighted this one yet, but it's more of a thicker paint. This one I don't like the look of up close, so I have to hold it like back here. um, yeah, the look is just different and not, I like it though. When would I not use, I mean, trying to think. I mean, you could, yeah, you could use it for everything. It's just a different look. I think that's all I can say. It's just a different look. And not everybody might like that look for every mini. They might want more of a thicker paint. Um, but I like to mix them in and use both. Also, the line of colors, for example, the reds are very bright, and like I don't have any colors that are kind of like this corpse pale that I can use to lighten them. The only thing I have is a medium which can water it down so you can make it thinner, but it's not really going to change the color. If you want to change the color, you actually have to use a different color. And then you're mixing all the color. I don't know. Some of them I just don't find the color that I want. So I think for myself, I'm going to use the speed paints and then when I can, and then the main paints when I don't have the color that I'm looking for or the thickness that I'm looking for. Yeah, you say you get it, but I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly. So I think I'm just gonna use them as like as a mix together. Like after seeing it on this guy, I like the look of it. The other thing too is if you're painting more of a flat surface with the speed paints, and you can kind of see that with the legs, it will highlight here and there. But if you look at the difference of like the leg, it does highlight like the muscle in the and going down the leg, but it highlights a lot more when there's a lot of texture. So the speed paints aren't the best when there's no texture, when it's just a flat surface. They do the job for sure. Like you can see on like the belly, like it covers, but like it highlights slightly, but not like you can see in here or even like around the buckles. So I think those would be times I wouldn't use it as well.
but I did the whole uh, Journeys in Middle Earth, Spreading War expansion box. I did the whole thing with the speed paints minus I used a little bit of matte white when needed and the metals and maybe some gold. I can't remember. But I did the whole box with the speed paints in it, and I liked the way that it turned out. And just another small spot where I did not put silver. Okay, just clean up a little bit of the mess. Sometimes the speed paint can spill over a little bit because it's a little more runny. I'm going to go back now very quickly and just do that top of his hair with the Grim Black. I can't remember which one it was. One was gray, one was black, so we'll just add another little dot. Okay, I'm going to use a small brush for this because, again, I don't want to go over the eyes. Try to do a straight line. And then we'll fill it in and see what it looks like. I probably could go a little lower. And if I go lower, I'm afraid to mess it up. We're not going to do a full covering his eyes. Like this one gets pretty close to his nose. I'm afraid to go that low. Okay, so I think his base is done. So we will do, like Infamous was saying, so we'll do a little bit of metallic around the outside of the shield. I think that'll look good. Okay. You do some wash and that on the metal and then highlighting. But so far, this is what we got. It looks really cool. I think once we wash the metal and then highlight it up a little bit, like do a dry brush on it, I think it'll look real good. Because that'll pop up all of the buttons and the buttons and little cracks in the armor. Yeah, it looks good. And we'll do some a little bit of accents on that. We'll maybe do some silver or something on the bow to make that pop out a little bit. Okay, so we'll just put this guy up here for now and bring her back for a minute. And then we're going to work on, I'm going to do just some wash quick in between some other things that we do with this guy so that I think we'll go with this little shaman. That was a fairy. Okay. Just looking, so kind of a yellowy face, but not yellow, more of a, almost like a yellow with then a highlight of white. Or not white, like a cream. We got some green and then the wings. Okay. And then a little bit of blue in the blade. Okay. I'm going to think on that for 1 sec. So I'm just going to do a couple quick wash areas on this one so that it can dry, and then we can do a little bit of highlight with the colors that we already have out. I'm going to use first just the flesh wash. I'm going to use a different palette for this because then I can throw it over to the side. We'll use that for the face. I actually might, no, I think I'll use a light tone for that. This will just be for the face and hands, anything that we did with the flesh. We don't need a lot of that one. I am still going to do the mask, but I want to do the highlight on it first. Maybe it's my TV, but there seems to be green reflection on the minis when you hold them up. Green screen reflection? There's no green screen here. Maybe. I don't know. Hmm. Maybe it's your TV. I don't know. I don't see it on my side, but okay. Okay, so that was the flesh wash. I'm just going to bring that card back on screen for 1 second just so I can see. Okay, I'm going to use the dark tone for any of the armor, any of the blades, any metals. Again, I don't need a lot of this one either right now. Okay, and then just the armor on the legs. Okay, new TV it is. Oops. I'll just go over where I painted the pants as well. That'll just help with any imperfections. And then I will just quickly also go over the hair. Okay. Next, let's use I'm going to use this one is new to me. This is the light tone. This is what came in the wash pack that I picked up. I'm going to use this light tone. I'm just going to do a tiny bit underneath and see what that looks like first. And then I might continue with that. I just want to see. Kind of going to do under and we'll see what. Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm going to do all of the peachy color with this light tone wash. Hold it upside down so it can run this way. Okay, and I'm just going to soak up just some where it looks like there might be quite a bit pooling. And then inside the hood. Okay. I'm going to, I think I want to use a step up from this one and go with the mild brown for the cape, just to darken it a little bit. Mild. I think this one again was in the wash sets. This one's new to me as well. I'm going to do the handle in this color as well. And then just soak up any excess where it kind of pools a little bit more than I want. And I'm gonna use that same color on the boots as well. And then underneath, we'll just use that on the crossbow. I didn't do the dark on this blade. Okay. Now after a wash, this is what we have. Wet, but we can look at it again when it's not wet. But the wash definitely hides some of the imperfections or fills in some of those little white spots that maybe your brush didn't get. I'm gonna soak up a little bit of the wash on the inside as well. Looks like there's a little too much there in some spots. But I definitely think just adding a wash already made it look much better. That up. Okay. I'm just gonna let that one dry. We can do some more highlighting too of the cape once it's dry. All right, we got this little guy. Just move this off now. I'm thinking for the face, which is a little bit more of a yellowy, brighter color, I'm thinking about using this moon dust, but I think I definitely need to I need to lighten the color down a little bit, but I like the undertone of this color. So I think I'm going to use that with just a tiny bit of the corpse pale just to lighten it a little bit, just so it's not like something bright like a sun. And I may need to add more, but we'll mix that up and we'll see first what that looks like. Exactly. Gotta love washes and dry brushes. Easy work, and models look good. Exactly. Exactly. I definitely think a wash can help mask any like small little mistakes or where maybe didn't blend perfectly together your colors. We're gonna add a little bit more. I don't think that was enough. Okay. This little mini is so cute. Okay. I think what I'm going to do, I think I'm going to use this mummy robes for the wings. But then I think what I might do is just in the center of the wings, I'll use this corpse pale, which will just brighten up that little area. Probably has a chipmunk voice too. It's like innocent, but deadly probably. So we're gonna use mummy robes first. We'll just do a quick coat of that on the wings. Leander, which figures were more fun to paint? Descent, Legends of the Dark, or Journeys of Middle-earth spreading war figures? Keep up your doing great. Thank you, thank you. To be honest, I think Descent, Legends of the Dark were more fun to paint. They're, yeah, I really liked the quality of those minis, the detail in those minis. They were so light. Yeah, I think I like those ones better. I'm trying to think. The models were really cool. Like in Journeys in Middle Earth, Spreading War, like the elephant was really cool, and the trebuchets were really cool. But yeah, I think I would pick uh, Legends of the Dark. Things in my eye. So far, Jonathan's asking how many. This is the third one so far. We have two that are drying, which one is pretty much done. We've done a base coat and wash on it. We just have to do a little bit of highlighting on the cape. The other one we did a lot of speed paints on, so we only really need to do a little bit of wash on the metal parts. And then we're working on this little fairy now. Okay. All right, I'm going to do already have some metallics out, so we'll do the sword quick. Actually, let's use this one. Right. It looks like the handle is brown and a little bit of blue on the tip of it. So I'm just going to use a brown that I already have already out. Oh, it looks like their hands are blue. Okay. Okay. Oh, you thought I would choose Descend figures because they're bigger than the Spreading War figures? Yes, they are. Yeah, Descend is definitely my favorite for painting. They were the most fun I had so far. Okay. Just looking at some of the greens that I have for I think I think the green skin is going to be the base coat. Then I think we add in some other greens and lighten it up to do more, like to build it up a little bit. Because none of these, that's too dark. Oops. This one we might be able to do a little bit. I don't know if that's, I think we're going to use the green skin. I think that's the best one. And then we'll use some white in it to keep bringing it up to a lighter green and just kind of highlight kind of in the center of it. I think that's the best one that I have. All the other one, like I have other greens, but they're more like army colors or goblin-y colors. I don't think they would go. We'll do that as it. Oh, I should have. That's fine. We'll do this as like a base first, anywhere that's green, and then we'll kind of highlight certain areas to lighten it so that it looks like it kind of has that brightness to it. And ears are green as well. Just going to try to very carefully. Out of the Master Darkness 2 models you've seen, which one are you most looking forward to painting? Probably one of those big bosses in any one of them. They are really cool looking. I think that would be what I would choose. Yeah. The mobs and like the skeletons and all those, They kind of remind me of like minis from other games. They're like nothing special, but the bosses are so cool looking. So I think any one of the bosses would be my answer to that. I wasn't expecting that when I saw them based on the pictures. I guess obviously you don't know how big they're going to be when you're just looking at a picture on a website or on a Kickstarter or anything. But yeah, they look awesome. They're much bigger than I thought. This one already looks cool. It's not even done. Okay. Yeah, that looks cool already. Okay, I'm gonna do the blue hands and a little bit of blue under the face. And I think I'm gonna use two. I think I'm gonna go actually with the Void Shield blue. I think it's a little bit brighter. I'm gonna keep that because I might still need more of that one. On that. Okay. Looking like so far. I'm gonna just do the inside. It looks like there should be blue on the inside too here. I'm gonna let that one dry for a minute. We're gonna let that green dry and the white or the mummy robes. And I'm just gonna quickly do some highlighting on this one. Do I even still have a little bit of color left? Yeah. Okay. So this color here was a little bit of the fur brown with the pure red, and I'm just going to use that and just kind of go on the raised edges of the cape. Might need to make a little bit more because I don't think that's enough. Yeah, that's unfortunate. It's okay if it's a little bit slightly different color. That's okay. I'm just going to use that to highlight the raised edges a bit. And then I'm going to kind of just highlight up the blades, a little bit of the metal. I'm just drawing a line down the center of it. And then I'm going to do the same highlighting on the folds on the underside. Just on the edges. So I think the only thing we need to do with her is now to do the cape, or sorry, the cape, the face mask. And then just a base around. Okay. We're gonna try. So for the face mask, for her face mask, I'm gonna do a solid line, and then I'm gonna do the eyes after that dries. Instead of trying to go around the eyes, I think it'll be easier for me to do it that way than to try to be more precise and do circles that way. And I'm almost putting like no paint on it so that it's harder to make a mistake and color out of the lines. What we'll do is we'll put eyes in that once it dries. What transformation? I really like the highlighting technique. Hope you don't mind. We steal that as well. No, 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 steal that. I learned that from someone else. And there's people that don't use washes at all and just use the highlighting, and they keep using the same colors and then lightening them and lightening them and lightening them, and then just going in certain areas so that those areas are brighter. Okay. Okay, we're going to use the corpse pail, and we're just going to do the inside of the wing a little bit, so not all the way to the edge. I think that's exactly what I was going for. That's perfect. And do the same thing on the inside. Pulling an all-nighter, no, no. I'll stop soon. Like you get rolling, right? And you just want to finish. Okay. Uh, yeah, green is good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another little dot on here. And I'm just going to pull in some of this mummy robes just to lighten it up right here. Might have to do one more or add a little bit more. I'm even thinking about adding a little bit of the moon dust to make it a little bit more yellowy at the very top. How do you get the light colors not to clump? I struggle with that. What do you mean, clump out of the bottle? Or clump when you're painting them? Um, Clumping in the bottle, if that's what you mean, one of the things you can do is add the little beads. Oh, those ones don't have. I don't know if you can even hear it. But when you shake them, there's like a bead inside that helps break up the paint. Or if you mean on the mini, maybe water it down, like using a wet palette might help. This is not a 24-hour Mel painting stream. I don't even think I could paint for 24 hours straight. I think I would go a little cross-eyed and my hands would be hurting. I'm going to take a little bit of this yellow. I want to add a little bit of this yellow in here. I think, give me the final. Try to do brighter on the ends. And then I'm going to do on the mini when painting. Do you use a wet palette, Kanji, or do you put a little bit of water to thin your paints? Because that might help. And if you use a thinner coat and then just do multiple thinner coats, that might help. Matthew says, Mel, do you think you could do an all-day thing on a weekend, Saturday or Sunday, like 8 hours? Stay tuned. That is definitely something that Rob and I talked about possibly for this weekend. Yes, definitely I can do that. I like painting on the weekend and streaming on the weekend because I feel there's no rush, no pressure for time at all. I can just paint until I can't anymore. Where when I paint in the evening, obviously I have to go to bed eventually. Now I'm just using just the yellow, just on the highest edges. And not a lot of it. I thought someone might say that. I did not paint my wrist. So when I wet the brushes in the water, sometimes drops will drip down, and I don't want them to drip into the paint or onto the mini. So I just kind of wipe it on my wrist when I see that it's happening. That's funny that you noticed that. Sorry. Um, so here is what we're looking like so far. I like the buildup from that base green. I think that looks really neat. What we can also do is put a wash on it and then do a little tiny bit more highlight, just like almost like a white on the very, very tip. Um, yeah, I think that one looks cool. So so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap it up there. I do have another stream scheduled for Thursday where we're going to continue with characters. I'll do just a black ring base off camera. It's just a solid, like the matte black. Just to save a little bit of time on stream, and we can actually just see minis being painted. So this one I think is pretty much, I think this one is done. Minus I just have to do the eyes, which we'll do at the start of the next stream. Yeah, I just have to do that one. This is this character. And then, oh, maybe I'll actually just do on the next stream, just a quick inside, highlight those wraps around the bow, or yeah, the bow and the case there, and maybe like around the shoes or something. So just very, very fine details left on this one. And then for this character, we're just going to do a wash. I think I'll do also a very, very, very thin down. I'll do it all on stream though, but just to kind of talk through what we have left. I'll do a very, very thin down dark wash on the wings, and then we may just do a quick highlight on them. And then same with the green. We'll do a wash on that just to bring out any more details, and then like fix that one up. So this one's pretty much done, minus we'll just do some washing on that one. And then this guy, he was really fun. Centaur. We did a lot of the speed paints with him, so there's not too much that we need to wash, just the metal. And then just do maybe a little, like some detail on the bow. And then maybe even some detail, maybe just on the buttons, maybe in a different color or something. So we'll continue with these on our Thursday stream, where we'll also get to the few other characters that we have over here. I usually, well, I was thinking in my head, I was like, oh, I'll get to all 6 of these tonight. But the characters, I find I take my time more so with characters than with any kind of enemies and mobs. So those ones will be able to paint a lot faster. We're going to use mainly speed paints for those. So these ones I've definitely been taking my time a lot more. I'll try to speed it up on Thursday though, for sure, so that we can get through all of these and then start onto the characters. If you were not here in the beginning, the goal, I guess, or the plan will be that we'll finish up these characters hopefully on Thursday. And then the next stream, what we'll do is we'll start painting with just the leader and one of the minions on stream for each of the sets. And then I'll paint the rest of them off stream so that you don't have to watch me paint like 7 of the same mini. So I think that's the plan right now. Whose characters that we have not picked. We have not picked which characters we want to play with yet. I'm just trying to paint them all up so we have all options, so we can try different characters out. So all of them are painted up for whatever ones we decide to play. So nothing's been picked yet. Infant says, they look great. Awesome job. You've inspired me to attempt to paint my own minis. Oh my gosh, that's so awesome. I love when people say that. That's amazing. Thank you. Let me know when you do that and how you like it and what did you paint. That's cool. The metallic fairy dust looks solid. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we can build. I think I want to just build it up like one more and just put one more little dot of almost white so that kind of matches. But yeah, it's almost there. Almost looks the same. And we got to do some eyes on this guy. So, so I think that's that. Thank you.
everyone for hanging out tonight while I painted these. Still have 3 more to go, and then we can start on some of the minions or the enemies. Yeah, thank you so much. That was fun. Fun to get back to painting streams again. We're going to continue these because I need to get through. I think there's 68 minis in this box. Not all of them will paint on stream, but I need to get through them. I'm excited to get to the big bosses. So we'll do those on stream as well. So thank you so much for hanging out with me tonight. If you like the stream, make sure you hit the like button. If you have any questions, anything that was brought up in the stream that we talked about, or if you have any questions about painting or anything, drop them in the comments below and I will try to answer them, or we can talk about them on the next stream if it's a question that I don't know the answer to. Matthew, thank you so much for the super chat today. Very, very generous. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, just looking to see if there's any other questions or anything. Looks good. So yeah, next stream will be on Thursday. So tune in for that. It'll be at 6:30. I'm looking forward to that. And then more streams to come for sure. I want to give a huge shout out and thank you to all of the Patreons and YouTube members. Thank you so much for your support. Awesome. And I hope everybody has a great night and we'll see you in the next stream. Thanks so much. Bye.